Hello, hello. Good to see everybody. Happy Friday. There's a little bit of a delay on my end, but let's see if this shows up. All right, cool. It's working. Hello, hello. Happy Friday to everybody. Happy Friday the 13th, actually. Keep up those good vibes. I hope everyone's doing well. How's everyone doing in the chat? It's good to see so many of you. Hello, everybody on Ribblr Instagram. We are streaming over on Ribblr.com and the Ribblr app. So make sure to download the app or head over to the website and come find the stream. Hope to see all of you over there. Hello, Naki Lotus. Hello, a somebody who crochets. Mulberry25. Area Class Gmail Co. Hello, how's it going today? Happy late birthday, Claudie Crochet. I hope you had a wonderful day. What did you get up to yesterday? How many people were here? Not quite sure. Hello, Monkey14. Good to see you. There, Therian Dummy. Hi. Hello. How are you? Ami Mommy Makes. Good to see you. Happy Friday the 13th. Good to see all of you. Doing okay. Thank you so much for asking, Luna. Muddy Kip, if you can't watch it, try refreshing if you can hear me. Hello, Aria Class Gmail, Squares and Cuddles, hello, Fellowship Crochet. So many people in the chat today. Really good to see all of you. And if you're watching on Instagram, we are streaming over on Ribblr.com and the Ribblr app. So open up the Ribblr app and come find the show. You'll be able to see all the on-screen visual stuff. You're just getting back into crochet, somebody who crochets? Nice. I hope you're enjoying the process. You can definitely get crafty today, no doubt. Hello, Uniquely Tangled. I am doing okay. Friday the 13th, so a lot of good Friday the 13th tattoo deals, which I'll be doing today after the stream. But for the stream today, we are focused on Pride. I don't know if these lights are going off too much. Let me know and I can like stop them. They're like kind of going berserk, honestly. I can't watch, my dad's in a meeting. Sorry to hear that. Hello, 30 Maher 77. How's it going today? Stone Zombie Mom, howdy. How are you today? Over on YouTube, we have Maddie, who says hi. Hello, Maddie. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, crochet block. I know that heavily. Claudie on Instagram says, wait, are you not bad? I am. Yes. I am streaming for Ribblr today, as I do every other Friday. So definitely open up your Ribblr app and come say hello. Would love to catch up. I need to finish my crochet Gojo Satoru. All I have left is his head. Yeah, Gojo is definitely a real one. I did finish the Jujutsu Kaisen manga. So if anyone wants spoilers, doesn't want spoilers, don't do anything disrespectful in the chat or I will spoil. My water, I'm sorry to hear that. Squares and Cuddle says, I'm making a jellyfish today, but is there patterns today? You're a tattoo artist. I'm not a tattoo artist, I'm just getting tattoos. Nice. We are just kind of crafting actually the agenda today. Hello, amigurumis, how are you? I have patterns of my own that I design. I don't have a free Eevee pattern. There's probably one on Ribblr though. Got some fun stuff today. We got some stuff to go over. Talking shop. Let me know how the music volume is too. I'm not sure if I'm trying to find a good playlist. Got some talking shop to go over. Going to be going over the Pride Challenge, doing a little bit of crafting, and then we actually have a wonderful artist coming on to the show today by EclecticJess. So excited to have her show up today. Not sure how long they'll be on. You know, they got stuff going on as well, but just a quick in and out. We'll be asking some questions, so feel free to ask questions as well if you've never had the chance to talk to EclecticJess. So exciting stuff. Yep. So I am broke. Do I have to eyeball paid patterns? There's always lots of free patterns, but How is everyone doing this Friday? Has everyone joined the Pride Challenge? Has everyone got their submissions in? We're already almost halfway through June. Holy smokes. Holy smokeroonies. Time be flying by. But really appreciate having you all here today. Everyone who's here to chat, thank you so much. For those who are just lurking, I appreciate your viewership regardless. So thank you so much for all that you do for the community. Trivia, I also have a question for you and Jess. Nice. We'll save the questions. We can ask that when she's on. You have not, Monkey. Not too late. Hey, by the way, do you know if there are issues with AI patterns on Ribblr? If there are issues with AI patterns, I imagine the ones that do get uploaded do get taken down. It's not, AI is definitely not something that we're like promoting, but feel free to report any that feel stolen or not. Fun anecdote, well, not really fun, but some of my patterns actually just showed up in an AI crochet book that is sold in stores. So you hate to see it. I keep forgetting. I made an entire rainbow of ducks and octas. Oh yes, please. Yeah, make sure to submit that. Would love to see it. I'm finishing my submission in the stream. Very cool, princess. Very cool. Really appreciate you doing that. I'm at work slow time, so I'll be watching in between breaks. Thank you so much, Gumby. I really appreciate having you here. So while we have some folks who are still here, let's get right into the meat and potatoes of it all. And we should have closed captioning right now on the YouTube page, on the YouTube side of things. And oh, you can also turn them on here. So feel free to click that little icon on the bottom right to turn on your closed captioning. Thank you so much to my team member for making that happen. I will actually show you how to submit one fellowship when we get to that point. So let's jump into it. So as you all know, you should be feeding your ribbit every day for a chance to spin the wheel and win yourself a fun postcard. However, if you want a quick and, by chance way of getting your postcard, feel free to leave a word that describes you as well as an emoji that describes you in the chat for a chance to automatically be entered in for a giveaway to win this Ribblr postcard. Love wins, as we all know. This is a really fun one to have as a collector's item. So make sure to type in a word that describes you that you can feel pride about and an emoji that reflects you. What is a ribbit? Ribbit is our mascot right here, the little frog. Bro, I tried rubber duck crochet pattern. It was so messed up because it was an AI pattern. Ooh. Yeah, you hate to see your time go to that. My CC is always on because I hear well, lols. Well, this is for people who don't hear as well. I'm still working on my submission. It's going to be a rainbow version of my very first Amigurumi Vulpix. Aw, cute. Wow, that's awesome. I'm excited to see what that's all about. Thank you so much for sharing. I can't wait to see it. So make sure to submit your entry for a chance to win this gift card or this postcard. So hope to see everybody enter in for a chance to win that. I'll give everyone a couple minutes to think about a word that describes them, their pride. Even if you're not in the community, you can still be an ally. Are we allowed to sell our makes on Ribblr? I currently don't think you are able to at this very moment. The function might come back in the future. Who knows? Depends if there is a desire for it. So, hello Camille, how's it going? Hello Rurat, how's it going? Musicals, I love them. Determined PR, lesbian and Therian. Nice. It slays. Creative from Jurassic Yarnosaur, love the name. She was a fairy, yes. So everyone can enter for a chance to win that. Thank you everyone for posting that in here. Next thing I'm gonna pull up just to get it for everybody. One moment. So if you are following our socials, so following our Instagram and stuff, and also getting newsletter alerts, we do have a brand new freebie today from an amazing artist in the LGBTQ community. You can read a little bit about them and their blurb on our Instagram. But for today only, you are able to go get this pattern for free today only. Here is the link to go get it. It sounds good, Therian. So you can go claim this. All you have to do is follow this designer, follow their shop, and you'll be able to claim for free. So really awesome pattern here that you can make for yourself. And even if you're not doing it right away, you can still have it in your library for a later date. So definitely try that out. And for everyone watching on Instagram, we are live streaming on the Ribblr browser, or Ribblr.com, as well as the Ribblr app. We highly suggest you download the app. Makes your life a lot easier when it comes to the platform. Hello, chaotic poo hero fan. I have pride of being a crafter. Very cool. Glad to hear that. Thank you so much for coming on by. What was the shop? This is from Sundrop Soul. So really awesome artist. So you can click the link. I'll put the link again. You can check out their shop as well. If you have the funds, it's always worth supporting in a monetary sense and buying other patterns too. Hello, Amber. Good to see you. I see you switched over to YouTube. Glad to have you regardless. Yeah, so definitely take the time, click the link, follow the shop, and claim that pattern for your own to fill up your fun libraries. You can call me Anna. Sounds good, Anna. I appreciate it. Let's jump into the next portion of Talk and Shop. So we want you all to know that it is currently very worthwhile to download the Ribblr app. Just by a show of hands or emojis in the chat, how many of you already have the Ribblr app installed on your smartphone? Would love to know, just as a scientific thing. So, let's see here. Let's see what everyone has to say. Amber says, because I was on the app, it was glitchy. Oh, I see. Well, I'm so glad to hear that you have the app. Okay, awesome. Looks like a lot of people have the app. That's actually really awesome. Thank you, everyone, for having the app. If you, it looks like Ami Gurumis also has it on their tablet. So if you don't already have the app, which it sounds like I'm speaking to probably no one here in this chat, but if you are lurking and haven't said anything, it's definitely worthwhile to download the app. One, because you get notifications during our campaigns, so you never miss free patterns or freebies or other offerings. And then starting next week, there will be some exclusive, notifications that come to your phone that you won't be getting via newsletter. So having the app is only going to be beneficial towards your crafting career. And then on Tuesday, we'll be running an app exclusive competition that you can only enter through the app notification. So make sure that you download the app, have your notifications at the ready. That way you can click into it, jump in, and contribute to it all. So excited to be able to have that offering for you. I hope that is enough of a sell. For anyone who hasn't downloaded it, who is going to go download it today, this weekend, for next week's big offerings? I'll have to turn on notifications. Yes, Fellowship, definitely. I'm so glad that so many of you have such awesome positive responses to the app. Yeah. So make sure to download the app. It's definitely worth having. Amber says, if this starts glitching, I may switch. Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much, Chaotic. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, appreciate everyone's support. So I'll be participating as well. It's actually a surprise to me what this is going to be. So I'm excited to learn about it along with all of you. I wish the app allowed me to access two parts at once, like watching this and looking at a pattern. I usually have a browser open with it as well to split screen it. Oh, so you're looking for kind of like the picture-in-picture kind of thing. That's good feedback. I'll keep that in mind next time I have anything to bring up. Ami Mommy always has notifications on for Ribblr. Hopefully for those who have had it, if you had the notifications on, you would have been able to claim all the free patterns during Pattern Mayhem, which was a super fun campaign last month. That's true, dummy, as well. Hello, cute coquette crochet. Hello, hello. How's it going today? So yeah, so make sure to download the app. You heard it here first. If you feel like you missed out next week, I did tell you so. I did tell you so. So let's jump into what's been going on the community. So if you didn't know, it is Pride Month. It is June, and we are not one of the companies who are holding back on that. We are going full on into it. We're talking about Pride. You know, Pride looks different for everybody. You can check out our socials for all of our Pride artists that we have been recommending and sharing, and we'll continue to do so for the rest of the month. However, when it comes to the community portion, let's see here, actually, before I go into that. Sorry to hear that, Vamp. Definitely give some feedback. Any feedback in the chat, the team will see. But anyways, so we've had our Crafted with Pride challenge here. So last month was definitely a bit more, straight to the point of what you could make. Well, actually, that's kind of a lie. It was kind of abstract. And this one is also going to be abstract as well. I'm sure many of you have seen it. If you haven't seen this post, I'm going to link it in the chat so you can find it. But pretty much you can just create a pattern or freehand a project or follow a pattern and submit it for a chance to win you can get a chance to win a pattern bundle if you do win, which is a sweet prize. It's always exciting just to see what people are working on. I know those crochet blocks can be, annoying. So this is a good way to express yourself, show people that you're not afraid to be who you are. So if you do, create a pattern or whatever, you can link it in the comments. So something like this, you can see that these appear here. But if you are freehanding, all you have to do is go to this link here. You'll find the Ribblr e-pattern. When's the due date? I believe the due date is the very end of the month. Probably be in here. If we have a team member to let us know, it's gonna probably be like June 30th. June 30th is when it ends, I reckon. Hello, Wolf406. How's it going? So yeah, you can enter here, and the best way, and the cool part about this is you can actually see all the submissions here. So if you click view all, you'll be able to see what everyone else is doing for their Pride Month submissions. Lot of different ideas. You don't have to be just completely, rainbow washed. If rainbows don't really fit your style of Pride, that's totally okay. Like, you can do whatever. But if you do want to do rainbows, that is totally okay as well. Yes, I'm showing the submissions here. I'll make it a little bit bigger. Amber did the giraffes. Oh, really? Nice, nice. So as you can see here, we have some great submissions. So all you have to do is go into the pattern, which is free, of course. And then, yeah, all you have to do is just create a journal, and then it'll show up here. So if we have anyone in the chat that has done any of these, feel free to let me know, and I can click into it and expand it to make it a little bit bigger. But yeah, some really great wearables, amigurumi. I mean, this turtle is massive. Sweet. You can't find the, let me put the link to this challenge in the YouTube chat. What if we are not into Pride? Well, as long as you support your, fellow crafters, you don't have to join in, but this is a really fun way to be involved in the community. Do they have to be our own created patterns, and can we submit a Prideified pattern or such? You can definitely submit a Prideified pattern for sure. So if you want to freehand something or follow a pattern and then just post your journal, that's totally fine. So, yeah, definitely, definitely really cool stuff here. And since we are, let's see here. Let's go back over some of the things that we were looking at. So yeah, some really great stuff. One moment. The rainbow frog is so cute. I'm so glad you think so, Amber. Yeah, everything here is super, super cute. So we are going to be entering into our let's see here. So this is all the Pride stuff, so I hope that shows it off. I might have missed some comments, but I hope that this showcased it enough. So make sure to enter in. You have plenty of time. What are the kind of things y'all are looking for in winners? This one will be definitely open, so you know it's the community that gets to choose. Definitely aim for June 30th, Amber, end of Pride Month, and then into July we'll be voting on it. So that is everything there. Time is of the essence, though, and we do have an amazing artist here today, which we'll be discussing Pride. Actually, before we get into that, I do want to mention that we actually have, a brand new, awesome thing going on. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it before, but we are now having our Ribblr of the Week as an open submission now. So for anyone who wants to be featured on the community page for whatever reason, we're happy to promote you, your work, your life story, your theories. So yeah, so now you can enter, you can just submit, and you might have a chance of being our Ribblr of the Week. You'll be able to just submit, and then you'll hear from a team member and get everything sorted. So definitely worthwhile. You can find that in the chat for the link if you're wanting to be a part of the community in that way too. So thank you to everyone for submitting to be our Ribblr of the Week, as well as joining into the Pride Challenge. So yeah, we appreciate all your efforts. If you have any questions, please let me know. And then at the end, we'll get to all that stuff. So hello, Lilith. Good to see you again. But I do want to turn our attention to an amazing artist. You know, time is limited. So let's jump into our interview. Give it up for Jess from EclecticJess. Excited to hear a little bit about them and kind of what they're about. I am going to be ending the stream on Instagram. So if you are interested and you are watching, definitely come say hello and watch the stream on the Ribblr app, which is worth downloading. Definitely download that for some exclusive opportunity next week, as well as the Ribblr browser. So open up ribblr.com to find the stream. Thank you so much for being here, and we'll catch you next time. This is just for Instagram. Hello, Lily. Good to see you. All right, so let's give it up for our artist today. Let's jump right on into our host interview. So let's make sure everything sounds okay. Hello, hello. Let's make sure I'm not muted. Can you hear me?
Oh, there we are. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Okay, perfect.
Awesome. You went a little quiet there for a bit, so I was wondering if it would come back.
Oh yeah, I had to. I'm like I'm triple monitor right now, so I'm like
I don't know how you do it.
many years of experience actually at this point. So lovely to have you. Thank you so much for your time, efforts, and everything that you do for the community.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, if in case you want to see the chat, we do have like the chat on Ribblr as well as YouTube. Just in case anyone, you know, everyone's always so nice. If you want to see the kind words, feel free, or you can go back and see it. But for those who don't know you, if you could introduce yourself.
Right. I'm really bad at this, but hi, I'm Jess. Also known as EclecticJess, because honestly, I can never stick to one style of anything. So I figured it kind of sums up my style of having a little bit of everything.
That
Um,
that makes sense.
yeah, right? Like I'll have a certain style for a month or two and then completely change it up and just kind of go with the vibes.
What are the vibes for this month right now? Like where's your art taking you?
Right now it's Pride. I'm
Sweet.
working on a new Pride flag for my yard. My garden is a little sparse in some spots. I figured it's a perfect place to add some extra color. And then I've got another whip. It doesn't look like much, but it's going to be a crescent moon light catcher.
Oh.
So I've got some upcycled pieces from an old chandelier that I'm going to hang with it in a macrame hoop.
Oh, that sounds
So
awesome. How does your pride flag like survive? I mean, does it? I guess it doesn't. Oregon rains in the summer, so that's why I wonder over in Virginia, like what
gotcha.
is?
So I use all acrylic for them. So that definitely helps stand up to the rain and the water. Um, they do tend to get a little dirtier if they're underneath trees.
Oh,
So I do recommend taking them down occasionally, giving them a wash. And if you do a yarn bomb with them, I like to flip them occasionally so that
mm,
when they fade in the sun, the other side isn't touching the sun. So you get to flip it and they live twice as long. So
that's
that works out pretty well.
oh, that's awesome. I'm really like it's cool that you do so many projects that have to do with like the outside world because you also have patterns on your shop, right, where you like yarn bomb like poles and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you can kind of see one behind me. I'll go grab it real quick.
I can also while she does that, or I keep using she. What are your pronouns, by the way?
I do use she, her.
Perfect.
Thank
She,
you for
her.
asking, though.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. I definitely assumed on that one. So thank you for the clarification. And while you show that off, I'm going to bring up a picture of the pattern you have as well.
Oh, perfect. So this is the short form one,
Oh,
and
cool.
it's my pride flag pole wrap. So I do have a pattern for this one, which is the shorter one, and a much longer one that's about 4 feet tall.
Wow.
Um, just used acrylic from my stash in all cases, and they lasted when I first put them up about 6 months, and then it was just time to retire them at that point. I had a whole feature of them up, and there were 6 or 7 in a parking lot on the parking poles. And it was a great cooperation with one of the local breweries here.
Mm.
Well, cidery, actually. um, but we had them up all for Pride Month and the whole summer. And just they were just under trees, so a lot more debris would get caught in them. Some bugs made some homes in there that were as friendly as possible relocated.
Yeah, definitely a new creating little biomes in the world.
Yeah. So it's like I always try to avoid yarn bombing on trees because I don't want to affect anything's home.
Mm.
So if I'm out there yarn bombing, I'm only doing it on man-made items because those are typically ugly and need some beautification anyway.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I feel like the at least currently in like the US, the like millennial gray minimalistic like thing going on everywhere is doesn't inspire
Very
too
true.
many feelings of like joy. So that's awesome that you do this. Like as an artist, I got two questions. Is one, like, since you do this, do you consider yourself to be like a craftivist of sorts, or is this kind of just more of a beautify thing? And second, like as
Um,
an artist, like what, why do you do this?
oh, those are loaded, aren't they?
They are, they are.
So first, I would say kind of both. You know, I love hanging them up in neighborhoods. I've actually had a lot of people come up to me that I've met in the community, and once they've realized that I'm the one behind them, they get really excited, and they're like, "I know
Oh,
where that
oh,
one is." And
oh, that's cool.
I've had people tell me like, "Oh, it makes me so happy when I drive by this one." And sadly, I don't have any up right now, so I am definitely on the lookout for some new poles to decorate. But yeah, I do love the beautification side of it as well. Taking something ugly and turning it into something beautiful, making it into art. Um, but with the pride flag ones, it's definitely more of a side of a craftivism side.
Yeah, and so for everyone, if you can see on screen right now in the center, this is like just an example of turning, you know, a sheet metal into like something really pretty. That's awesome that you're doing that, especially, you know, Pride has its history for sure. No doubt about that. Is Pride something that you're generally pretty open about, or how long, and if you are, how long did that kind of take for you to get to that point?
Um, I've been pretty open with it for as long as I, have had a fully formed brain, I think. When you're younger, you're not really in touch with it. I was in a very sheltered area for a while and
Mm.
just didn't understand what pride was. It wasn't on my radar at all when I was very young. But then, growing up and discovering it and discovering the community and being a part of it, it's really heartwarming and it's been, just an amazing experience for me.
Yay. That's awesome. I mean, I think the word pride just perfectly encapsulates like what you're supposed to feel. So that's awesome.
Absolutely. No, that is the word for it. It's so perfectly named. No one's ever going to top that.
True, true. So so you're working so you have those projects now that you're working on as well. Outside of Pride, what do you have anything else that, you as an artist are currently working on or have hopes to, or anything you want like that you've done in 2025 that you were proud of?
Well, I have a notebook that is almost full of ideas, and
Classic.
just trying to find the time to sit down and work on them is always a challenge. And I always find, if I start to lose that motivation, I always try to make something small and get that gratification of completing something quickly. And then I dive into a bigger project.
Nice.
Um, I did do something I don't normally do this year, and it's actually pretty bland.
Oh,
I made a
really?
baby blanket.
Hey, people
I
gotta have those.
Exactly. I have a good friend that is expecting, and I knew that she was going to love something like that. So I actually was sending her pictures from the yarn aisle and asking what her preferences were for yarn. And we went with the very retro pastel baby rainbow. And I think it's going to be absolutely perfect for this little guy when he arrives. But
Oh, nice. So I assume all your peers and stuff know that like this is like part of your personality.
oh, definitely. Um, every time I have friends come to visit, coming to the yarn room is a highlight of showing them off the house.
Was that like a non-negotiable when you bought your house?
So it's actually kind of funny. It's my in-laws' house.
Hmm.
They needed to downsize while we needed to upgrade, and there was an extra bedroom, and I immediately claimed it for myself.
Yay, good
I
for
was
you. Good for
very tired
you.
of working out of the living room.
Ugh, that I hear you completely. Like that does not really like inspire creativity for sure.
Yeah, and it's hard to shut out all the extra noise sometimes. But now I have a door. It has a lock on it.
Wow, wow, extra protection.
Exactly. So there's occasionally kids that are banging on it, but for the most part, but they know when I'm in here to leave me alone. So that works out pretty well.
Oh, well, that's a great boundary to have. Like, yeah, it sounds like you're kind of like on a whole notebook full. You're obviously a veteran in the craft. How long have you been crocheting or dabbling in other crafts?
Over 30 years, over 35, about 35 now.
Holy
Um,
moly.
I'm only 38. I'm not that old.
No, I didn't. I would honestly, I wouldn't have even clocked you for 30, like that age. So when you say
Nice.
35
Thank you.
years, I'm thinking you started before you were even out of the womb. So that's awesome.
I like that. I can work with that. I spent a lot of time with my grandmother when I was a kid. And when you go into the bank and there's somebody with that gigantic desk and it's full of drawers and
Yeah.
it takes up the whole room. She got her hand on one of those, and that was her craft space. So that's always
Oh,
been my goal to have that kind of a dedicated craft space like that. Um,
nice.
and she always had, little tidbits and scraps and everything for me to play with. And I, I can't remember when she first had a needle in my hand, but I was about 4 or 5 when she gave me the crochet hook, and that's the one that stuck.
Oh, wow,
So
really?
yeah,
Wow,
I can
that's
sew a very tiny bit, but she tried teaching me knitting too, and that did not go well.
wow. I mean, was the crochet like immediate or was there like some learning to it?
There was a little bit of learning. I was pretty young, but I remember by third grade, I was taking projects to school every day,
Oh,
and
what?
kids were
That's
asking what I
cool.
was working on.
Wow, you were doing it in public before it was like, you know, I feel like, well, actually, I don't know with the school system. I take back that comment, but you've been doing it for, not ashamed or anything. I know some people can be like, oh, it's an old person's, craft when obviously it's not, but, some people
Yeah,
reinforce that. So,
I've got my own kids playing with yarn now too. So
Oh, yay. Yeah, it's awesome that it's for literally every age, gender, sexuality, as we can see here talking about. So that's
Yeah,
awesome.
it's literally for everyone. If you want to sit down and need something to do with your hands, it's highly recommended.
Have you been crocheting for like your entire life, or have there been like breaks like in certain
It's
seasons of
been
your life?
on and off, especially growing up, moving around and things. I didn't always have yarn with me. I did put it down for a couple years, picked it up again in high school,
Mm.
put it down for another probably year or two, picked it up again in college. And then when I was pregnant with my daughter, I really started picking it up. And I remember I made her this little cardigan, and I was so out of practice at that point. It was just this terrible looking little thing. I think I put her in it once to take a picture, and I was so embarrassed I couldn't put it on her again.
Oh no. Wait, why
I think,
embarrassed?
oh, it's terribly made. It fit her horribly.
Oh
I was just so
no.
happy to make something for her, and then I put it on her, and I wanted to cry. It looked awful.
Oh, but are you really a crafter if you like don't want to cry at least through like your career, your crochet career?
Exactly. It means something to you.
Definitely, definitely. But at least you got a photo, right? That's what lives on
Yeah.
forever.
And I think I've got the cardigan shoved in a bin somewhere. So, maybe when she goes to college, I'll dig it out and
Oh, just
show her how little she
cobwebs.
used to be and how awful I used to be.
Oh, okay. So that's surprising to me that you say that you were awful at some point because you've been going at it for so long. When do you think you like? What was like that pivotal moment of like I'm like still learning, doing I'm a crafter to like full blown I'm a competent artist now.
That's hard because I have severe imposter syndrome.
For the sake of argument, like objectively, when do you like? Because you kind of have a following, so like objectively, you're obviously skilled and good at
Yeah,
marketing
I always think I'm still learning. Um, there's definitely stuff out there I still have to learn. And I feel like I'm never going to learn all of it.
for sure.
I'm definitely going to try, but sometimes it's you just stick with what you're comfortable with, and you make the same kinds of things, and then sometimes you pick up something new, and a new skill comes with it, and you dive into that and add that to the repertoire, and it's always a learning experience with something going on.
I
So
know,
I
yeah.
I try to have the confidence, but
Well, from outside looking in, I would just assume that you have it all because like your photography, the way you like talk about things online and just everything you're putting out there. Like even like your new like the travel ones.
oh, this one doesn't have legs yet, but
Oh my god, that is actually absurd in like such a
he's
positive
got like
way.
a little curly tail, but he's super comfy. And I don't normally work with the chenille yarns, but I knew that I had to for this one. So he's very great to travel with.
That is awesome. What the heck? What was like how did you like what made you out of every project to do in the world, what made you decide to say, "You know what? I'm putting this possum on my neck."
Well, a couple years ago, I took a 12-hour train trip,
Oh.
and I had a little inflatable pillow, and it was terrible. And when I got home, I decided I need to make something better, something that's actually going to be comfortable. But I'm like, but I want it
Yeah.
to be cute too. And I really love possums. So that was the first one. And then I made a cat one afterwards. So I've got a little orange cat one that he only has one brain cell. You can tell just by looking at him.
That's okay. Love isn't decided through intelligence. So,
Exactly.
that's awesome that you're so that's like your newest are those like the most recent patterns you've done? And I'm gonna
Yeah, those are the
yeah.
newest. I've got a few more ideas coming and a few patterns that I'm currently writing. I'm very picky about my notebooks.
Oh, that is. I need to go. I need to like go back to like I when I first started crocheting, I have plenty of notebooks, and that was like I felt like I was always thinking about it. Now when I type them up, it doesn't feel like the idea exists. So inspirational
Yeah,
right there.
I always have to write it down in the notebook first. Like the very first draft, usually a second draft, they're all getting written down, and I have to have the spiral bound so I can just flip them over. And then I have multiple going so I can dedicate a notebook to a whip at any point in time and not have to flip
Whoa.
through pages.
Whoa,
So
that's like
I've
some
got
real
two on my
love.
desk right now.
Wow, that's awesome. What the heck?
I try to be organized. Otherwise I would lose track of everything.
Well, great to hear that. That's always, I feel like ADHD or anything in that like vein kind of like coincides with like crafty people. So it's good to hear that, coming from such a renowned artist like yourself, that is something that you have to do. You don't just rely on memory.
Yeah, I have to make notes of absolutely everything. I'm writing down at the end of every row what I've done. I'm going back and highlighting where I want to change later on in the pattern, and I definitely have to keep track like that. Otherwise, the ADHD takes over and it becomes a one-time project only. There's no recreating it.
Which is fine for crafters, but you obviously do more than just craft.
It's great once in a while, but it gets a little wearing when you make something that, it's intended to be a one time only, and then you've got everyone asking for the pattern, and it's a little stressful.
It's not too bad of a problem to have, though. I mean, at least you got people on their knees begging.
It's very flattering.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Uh, Speaking of flattering, have you been able to like you're back to the pride stuff, since we have you here during this time of month. Um, you know, we want to support you and as much as we can, but how would you say to like the community how they can support like the pride community or LGBTQ artists during this time and even after June?
I would think the smallest thing you can do, but the most important would be to just be there.
Mm,
Make yourself visible if you can, if you're in a safe place to do so. But if you can be there for your community and be there for other people as well, we're all stronger when we're together.
hmm.
And, just having that support network clearly makes all the difference for so many of us.
Definitely. And I hear that, and I know we have some audience members who, money can be tight, but Jess here has actually been really gracious in having a shop sale. I see uh, on your sale. It looks like, how long was that going to be going for?
That should be throughout the weekend.
All right. So if you do want to
And that's
support,
the whole shop.
yes, if you want to support Jess in that way, the shop is linked in the YouTube and Ribblr right now. Feel free to check that out. And you also have some awesome free patterns as well. So,
Yeah. The pull wraps are always a free pattern. I keep them up on Ribblr year round. I want those to be accessible for everybody. So if you
oh,
have even just a tiny bit of yarn, a little bit of a colorful stash, go make one, hang one up in your community. Some places it might not last long, and some places I've had them last 2 years. So
oh, wow.
yeah,
Holy.
that was one that had to come down from fading on both sides.
At least it got its love from the sun and
It
everything.
did. Yeah,
Oh,
it was a little bit starting to look a little bit threadbare just because it was so faded at that point.
how do they stay up? Do you just use like sticky tape?
So most of the poles will have the holes through them.
Mm.
So I sew them into place, and then I just kind of sew through the holes at the top and then again at the bottom, just so they're held in place vertically.
Okay. Obviously, I have no experience with it, so that's good to hear some feedback on how to keep those up.
Yeah, the solid poles are a little harder. You might have to go back and check on them once in a while. Maybe use a little hot glue at the top, but
Mm. There we go. Some good advice, and hopefully, maybe we can clip that so we can let our audience know how to do that, because I don't see a lot of people doing the yarn bombing, so it's really cool to see you keeping that alive. It was really popular in like the 2010s at some point, but it's good to see that you're keeping it
yeah,
alive.
there was definitely a bubble. I love going places and finding it, and finding the people who have made it as well. So it's like visiting somewhere new, finding yarn bomb, and then it becomes my mission to find out who did it.
Do you like leave your name on the the work, or do you just?
Nope. I just put it out there for everyone because once it's out there, my thought is that it belongs to everybody.
Oh, wow. That's your mind. Everything you've been saying is a mindset I feel like a lot of people could adopt, because yeah, not I don't hear any selfish in your answers.
I just, try to be authentic and positive, and you know, the energy we put out into the world is exactly what we're going to see back. So if we're going to put the good energy out there, the world is better for it.
Definitely agree with that. So I reckon that good karma has been coming your way. Do you have anything like that you want to promote or talk about that has been like a positive in your life?
I do have something cool that's coming up. So it's
Okay.
not just for me though. I'm gonna be in a book.
Oh, another author hits the streets. Let's go. Tell us
Yeah.
about it.
So it is romantasy themed. I have a
Okay.
single pattern in here, and I just have to show you guys if you can see
Oh,
that.
that is a detail.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, that's
So I'll give you
cool.
a quick. That's as quick as I can show because it's not released yet.
No worries, no worries. We appreciate you already, tipping the line of it all. Thank you.
Yeah, but I've tested a few in here. I've read through it. It is so fun.
Mm.
I really wish I could show more of the patterns because they're really, really cool. And there's literally something for everybody in there. If you've ever read a romantasy book, you will find patterns in there that will absolutely pop for you.
Oh, perfect, perfect. Feel free if you ever want to send us the link and we can help you promote that for sure
Oh,
when it's
absolutely.
um
I have it saved. Let me pop it in the chat real quick.
oh, perfect. Yeah, feel free
It's
to.
on, yeah, it's on pre-order right now, but I think it's July 8th that it comes out.
How did you like how did you end up with this opportunity?
I actually had someone reach out to me,
Mhm.
Amanda from Crochet by Amanda Lorian.
Oh, nice.
She reached out after seeing my fairy garden wall hanging and asked if I was interested in designing a wall hanging with a theme.
Oh, it's a wall hanging.
Yep, so it's a wall hanging. It could be used as a curtain, it could be used as a garland, even. But I made sure that it's a very simple construction as well, so it's very easily done even by a beginner and
Yay.
beginner that's willing to learn a couple new skills on the way.
Dang. So once that officially comes out, like what does that make you? Like do you get author as the title or where do you
I think I'm
stand?
a contributor. I wouldn't call myself an author. I just have one pattern in it, but it's still very exciting.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's such a flex too.
I got a reminder in my socials the other day that it was 3 years ago. I was featured in a magazine, and I was so excited for it. And almost to the day, this shows up in the mail, and I'm like, 3 years ago, I was
Oh,
really excited about a tiny blurb in a magazine, and now I'm in an actual book.
oh, holy smokes. Yay, congrats on the that's huge. I mean, that's like literally
Yeah,
people like dream of like happening. So
yeah.
yay.
And I had a friend tell me like, "Oh, next time you'll be writing the whole book," and I'm like, "Oh, that's so intimidating."
Yeah, definitely. But it's a labor of love.
It is. I have the utmost respect for people who can write a whole one on their own. Oh, that's so much work.
Yeah,
Sounds
definitely.
exhausting.
Well, I'm not going to call you lucky because I don't really believe in that being like the first adjective someone should get for all their hard work. So, as someone who has worked so hard for these amazing opportunities, well deserved, of course, is there like any advice that you would give to a crafter who maybe wants to break out from just like, crafting a home to becoming a little bit more than that? Like, what would you say kind of like helped you, gear the cogs to say?
I'm gonna have to say, put yourself out there.
Good.
That's the. It's sometimes the hardest thing. You might not feel confident at all, but there's always you can fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Anytime I'm on the camera, I get so nervous and so shy, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna push through. I'm gonna do this. So, it's terrifying every time you publish a new pattern, just hitting that button and letting it out into the world. But as soon as you get a little bit of feedback of people telling you, oh, I love this pattern. I love how you wrote this. I can't wait to make what you have next. It's
Mm.
overwhelming, like to feel that much love in return for putting myself out there. So, yeah, definitely put yourself out there. Um, People won't see your work unless you put it in front of their faces.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds obvious for sure, but always helps to hear from someone who, especially when you are vulnerable and say that, you still get like nervous in front of like the camera and stuff and showing up. So that's really awesome advice to hear. Thank you. I need to hear that as well.
You can do it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Uh,
and we all have our downtimes too. It's okay to step back when you need to, and when you come back, you'll have an audience waiting for you. It's the people will remember you if they really love what you do.
Yeah, and like you clearly have a style that, yeah, I would automatically, now that I like know who you are and I know that style, I'd be able to see your work online and kind of automatically align that with you because like I mean like for me I kind of like know you for like your food items like the waffle bag and like your egg pillow and stuff.
They're all over my shelves.
Oh, really? Oh man. So what happens with your stuff? Like do you sell it? Do you just like give it away? Do you gift it? Or do you do conventions
Um,
and markets or
no, I did markets a long time ago, and it was just so stressful for me. I couldn't do it. It was,
mm.
I'd make something and then it was gone forever. So this way I can always keep a piece of it, even if the actual piece itself is gone. I still have the pattern. I can recreate it. Um, my final ones that I make pictures of, I typically save for myself so I can go back and take more pictures or use in
Mm.
videos. Um, Especially with the food items, my kids tend to steal them. So
I'm not surprised.
there's a there's a whole toy kitchen upstairs full of play foods that I've crocheted.
Oh, really? Oh, that's fun.
Lots of first drafts up there and special requests from the kids. So they have a ton of fun with that.
Oh, yay. Well, I'm so glad that, no one, yeah, that people get to like enjoy your works. I'm sure that's a good feeling, especially as a mother, I would assume.
Oh, absolutely. I actually just made a new ice cream cone.
Oh, I love the detail on the cone itself. That's so fun.
Right, and it comes with the waffle cone base to it too, but I haven't made that one yet. Well,
Okay, cool.
for this flavor at least, but I want to do a cookie dough ice cream with the chocolate chips. So.
Oh, goated flavor. Absolutely goated.
Right, it lives in my freezer forever.
Oh, do you always have that on stock?
Always. If we run out, I hear about it.
Oh my, are you like the grocery shopper in the family?
Oh, definitely. I
I
think
hear
that might
you.
be part of the food inspiration too. As I spend so much time with food in real life, I wanted a more playful version.
Oh, that's fun. You spend it just because of the grocery shop, or do you spend it in a different way as well for the food stuff?
Um, well, it kind of depends on when the inspiration strikes. The ice cream cones, it was summer. I was gifted some yarn that I wanted to make something fun with. I'm like, this is just a perfect combination. And I sat down and I was like, maybe I want to make a Choco Taco. And I'm like, one of these days I'm going to.
I would love to
But
see
that's where
it.
the waffle cone came from.
I've never had a Choco Taco before.
I heard about them. I assumed they would always be available and one day I would have one. And I never got one before they took them off the market. So,
Oh, okay. So we're like in the same boat then. Wait, are they really not on
yeah.
the market anymore?
I heard something about maybe they're coming back, but I haven't seen them anywhere. So
I think Taco
if they come
Bell.
back, maybe I'll make one.
Yeah, I think Taco Bell is gonna have them, but that would be a good marketing ploy for you. So no one copy
Yeah,
that. If anyone does
right?
it,
No one make a Choco Taco.
that's awesome. I mean, yeah, I feel like summer foods that's my hot take. I think summer foods are honestly more fun to make than any other seasonal foods, which is my hot take.
Absolutely. Like, how would you crochet a casserole?
Someone like you, I feel like would know. I feel like you would do a good casserole.
I'm kind of tempted now. I'm thinking lots of texture.
I like can't even. I don't even have an image in my head on what that would look like.
It would
uh,
depend on the casserole.
That's true. That's true. And for everyone who, wants a little bit more of insight on these food patterns that Jess does, I'm linking once again in the comments the shop. There is a shop sale going on all weekend, so make sure to support.
Thank
Um,
you.
but yeah, that's so awesome. I know your time is limited since you have other, lots of mouths to feed, people to take care of. It's Friday the
I'm
13th.
amazed no one's running here.
Oh, well, we'll take advantage of that. My last question I wanted to ask is, since we are here for Pride, what does Pride mean to you? I know a lot of companies rainbow wash and everyone kind of has an assumption of what Pride means, but it's bigger than just, the aesthetic. Would love to know what Pride means to you.
I'm glad you brought up the rainbow washing because that's where it gets a little conflicting for me because I love that there's a dedicated month. I personally would love to celebrate more throughout the year.
Hmm.
We actually have Pride in our town in October.
Oh,
So we
really?
have a celebration in October when it cools down a little bit. So
Oh,
it's
let's
almost
go.
like I get two Pride months.
I deservedly
Um,
so. I mean, it's your identity.
yeah. It's really hard sometimes with the rainbow washing. Because you see it and it's not authentic.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to make money off of you, or they're just trying to get you to walk in the door, and that makes it very difficult. So um that's where the outward celebration gets difficult, because I'm like, I don't want to support that, but I want to celebrate. But you have to remember, it's not just celebration, it's solidarity.
Mm,
It's standing up for the right to be yourself and the right for everyone to love. It's what
yeah.
it really comes into, is to be proud of yourself, proud of your community. um, it's more of an internal than external a lot of the time for me.
Mm. I really
Kind
like
of
that you
your
use the word. I like that you use the word solidarity. That's important. I feel like.
it all comes down to the community. If it wasn't for community, there would be no pride.
True. Yeah. And and I like that you say that, because I think a lot of people think, you do have to be gay to be a part of it, or, anything in like, the LGBTQ, trans as well. But we also have to remember that you can also be an ally and still be a part of the community, because, I mean, people with the most privilege should be standing up for those who have less privilege. So I like that you use the word solidarity for sure.
There, that plus is there for a reason.
Definitely, definitely. And it's cool. I mean, I can't believe I can remember the acronym so easily, but that acronym is definitely getting longer and longer.
It is, and somehow I feel like the longer it gets, the easier it is to remember at this
You think
point.
so?
I think so. Maybe
That
it's just I
yeah.
use it more.
That would make sense. Some people find, like, when I'm teaching crochet, they actually think like the double crochet is easier to remember than the single crochet, which doesn't make any sense to me, but I hear you. Sometimes when there's just like more meat to it, it's like easier to remember. So,
Yeah, you
yeah.
break it down in parts that way.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm so glad that you feel the solidarity within hopefully the brands that you work with. I hope, Ribblr is always trying our best to, we do use the rainbows, but we are also trying to like look at it in the bigger picture as well. We know that it's more than just a month of consumerism, which I feel like has, kind of becomes that. So
Yeah,
really awesome to have people like you in the community, and thank you for coming and like just like speaking on it. I feel like that's like just so important to be able to speak on it.
well, of course, it's nothing I'm ashamed to talk about. So I know I'm nervous about getting on camera, but once you get me talking.
Yeah, you're doing an awesome job. I'm honestly so like, do you make reels and stuff, or like TikToks?
I do occasionally. I haven't actually had the chance to do many lately, so you might get some voiceovers more than anything. But I actually used to do a lot of lip sync ones,
Oh,
and
really?
yeah, it was when the lip sync ones were really popular. And I kind of went down that rabbit hole for a bit, but it was a lot of fun because I've made a lot of things that can be considered costume pieces,
Oh,
and
wow.
being able to mix those with audio is a lot of fun.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, you're a natural on camera, no doubt. I would definitely
Thank
come
you.
to watch a eclectic Jess show. When we started working with you for like the for so long, I think someone might have like typed it wrong on our software, so I thought you were Electric Jess for like the longest time.
You're not the first one.
Yeah. So when yeah,
I know.
yeah.
I've misspelled it myself a couple times. A little
Oh,
ashamed to
really?
say.
Oh no,
My
not the
fingers
home
have learned
brand.
their lesson though. It's just like crochet. It's my fingers know it now. My brain doesn't have to think about it.
Cool. Yeah, I type your name enough now that I can't imagine it being anything besides eclectic, which is a word you don't see often. So I think that also helps you stand out.
I hope so. It was the one word I kept coming back to when I was trying to think of a name, and I was like, you know what? There's really nothing to define
Hmm.
except for being eclectic and all over the place.
Yeah, that's really cool. Did you have any like pre-name or like other brand names before you settled on this one?
I did have a sunshine one back when I did booths and made a lot of market stuff. So I was my only sunshine, and my you can't really see it from here. My
Oh,
friend designed my
cool.
logo, and I had it tattooed when
Aw,
I finished my first year, and I made a profit, and I was so proud of myself. And I
yay!
was like,
What a
no, this is going to be a momentous occasion. So I took my logo and I took my earnings for the year, and I got it tattooed on myself.
oh, I don't subscribe that every tattoo has to have a meaning, but it's really cool when they have a meaning, when they do have a meaning like that. That is like so awesome. I'm glad you get to wear it. out and proud right here. That's a
Right?
really,
It's my most visible one.
oh, that's so awesome. Wow. Well, love to hear it. I always love a good heartwarming tattoo story.
Yeah, it's, not all of them are as good quality, but I've got a few.
If you don't have a bad tattoo, are you really like inked up?
Exactly. You've got to have a little rough work there.
Yeah, they don't have to be bad, but rough. That's yeah. I have one on my leg. I look at the lines and I'm like, I mean, there's memories associated to it, so I'm not mad, but
Exactly. It's not like you look at it and go, oh, maybe I should remove that, but you think maybe I'll cover it up a little one day.
uh, yeah. In the tattoo scene, the word rework definitely exists for a reason.
Yeah, the worst for me is my brother's a tattoo artist, but he lives on
Oh,
the West
really?
Coast and I'm on the East Coast, so I still don't have any of his work on me.
Oh, he's not in Oregon by any chance? Is he?
He's in British Columbia.
Oh, okay. So in Vancouver,
Yeah, he's up in Canada.
not a bad place to
But
be.
yeah, but he does amazing work, and one of these days I'll either visit him or make him visit me, and I will get some new tattoos.
Yay. Well, excited to hear about it. Would you think you'll go yarn related again, or do you think you'll do something else?
At this point, I have no idea. Um, I just really want to get another tattoo at this point. So
Yeah. Well, I'll stop the tattoo combo as of now, just because I'm not sure how old everybody is, and I don't want people to
oh,
feel.
okay, go for it.
I brought it up. I brought it up immediately when the show started. So it is Friday the 13th. So if you are looking for flash deals, that's when people are doing them.
True. Maybe I've got time to run down the street.
Hello.
There's a couple shops within walking distance.
Okay. Well, I hope I inspired. No, I'm kidding.
Right.
They got some walk-ins, but yes, that is amazing for everything you had to say for Pride. Really appreciate your vulnerability, your outwardness, and your pride. I mean, that's what it is. So, really glad you're showing it off. You're making a difference in the world just for being yourself. So we really do appreciate having you on the show, and also just such a avid pattern designer on Ribblr. Like, it's amazing. I see you have over 1,000 followers too. So congratulations.
Thank you. Just being here has been awesome. So thank you for having me on and letting me talk my head off.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for being in contact with our coordinator and everything. And
You need to go out there, baby.
all right,
I'll be
looks
right
like
back.
good
It was
cue.
just a matter of time.
Good cue, yeah. Great cue. All right, well, thank you so much for coming on for just a little bit, and I hope to see you again, pop up in the Ribblr community and maybe the show once again.
Absolutely, and I'm sure I'll have new patterns out soon too.
Awesome. Can't wait to see them. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thanks for having me.
All right,
I'll
bye.
cover him. Bye.
All right, there we go. All right, so there is our interview for today. It's a little bit of a shorter one. As you saw, the timing worked out just fine, though. Jess is a pleasure to have. We've actually known each other for quite some over kind of a few years now, but we've never really officially met. So it's always so fun to have people appear and talk a little bit about themselves. Pride is so important. You're allowed to be yourself. Even if you're in an area where maybe it's not so, celebrated, you're still allowed to have those inner feelings, the inner dialogue of pride and to be proud. And like we said, pride, although commercially does come across as rainbows, pride can look different for everybody, and you can find examples of that within our Crafted with Pride challenge. So definitely make sure to go check out the Crafted with Pride challenge. Put your submission in by June 30th. I'll put in the link in both chats, so make sure to check that out. You can submit for a chance to win, and also use it as a time for yourself to be reflective. This is part of your identity, and yeah, I hope you can feel proud, as you should, rightfully so. Things we talked about with Jess, also just like the big opportunities that she's getting due to showing up, and also just the consistency, just being like she said, showing up is the only real way you're going to be able to move forward if you want to do that. But not everything has to be monetized and stuff. So yeah, let's go over shop one more time, and then we'll be ending stream. So type in a word that describes you and an emoji for a chance to win our postcard for June. We have an amazing freebie going on right now from Sundrop Soul in their shop right now. So you can click, actually, let me go grab it for everybody. So you can actually go grab that for free until 8 a.m. tomorrow. So it is a very limited time freebie. All you have to do is follow their shop, show some love. Sundrop is also an artist who celebrates Pride, so another artist that you can jump in and support. Always helpful. Let me put that in the chats as well. So we have that. Make sure to download the Ribblr app if you haven't already. We have some amazing opportunity coming next week that you'll be notified about. And yeah, hello Camille, Heaven Star, good to see you. Ghost Rose, thanks so much for coming all by. Heaven Star says, good seeing you all, even you, Vincent. Thanks, Heaven, even me. So make sure to download the app. You'll be notified, and for some exclusive ability to join in on some of the festivities. So make sure to do that. Make sure to check out the Crafted with Pride monthly challenge up on the community section. I do have a roundup of some Pride patterns. Also, gonna put this link in here. Ribblr of the Week is now a public entry, so feel free, if you haven't been featured as a Ribblr of the Week yet, you can submit your entry for a chance to be featured. Hello, Yavia. So you can find that link as well. That's totally fine, White Killin. So yeah, that's it. The pattern I was supposed to be crocheting today, but it didn't happen. But here is my Pride pattern. I have this vase with all the colors. So yeah, it's been a wonderful show. My social battery is depleted, so I am going to be heading out. Wonderful to have all of you. We will have another Pride show at the end of the month. So on June 27th, we'll be talking shop and stuff. Hi, K-Cities. Thanks for being here. Loved your submission on socials, by the way. So yeah, be here June 27th. We're gonna have two interviews actually. So we'll have two artists coming on talking what Pride means to them, a little bit about their work and everything. So yeah, it should be a good time. Make sure to be following our Instagram, download the app for any notifications. And yeah, so this is it. I will be seeing all of you June 27th. Have a great Pride month. Be safe out there. You matter. Everyone matters. So yeah, I will catch all of you for the next one. Thank you so much. My name is Vincent, aka Not Bad on socials. It's been a proud moment to represent Ribblr once again. Thank you everyone for being here and making hosting the show so easy. I'll catch everyone later. Have a good weekend and be safe. Happy Pride, everybody.